I created for myself yesterday over about $200, 10,000 pesos in savings, because what I did for most of the entire day yesterday was go to three different places to look at building materials. And then I spoke with the counter representatives for one of those places and eventually the owner for the larger of the two places. And then I went to an additional company that I buy big timber from. Big stuff would be, well, three, not big for me, but big for here. 3 by lumber, 3 inch by 6 inch, and it's really 3.5 by 7 inch. So it's a little bit hard to handle a 12 footer for unless you're in construction. That's a little bit of a burden to carry around and move around. But if you know how to move lumber, then you can do that. So I wanted a specific size piece of lumber because when I raise the house up and move it out towards the ocean, I I came to a methodology, which I'll show you when I get to that point of moving the house. That's going to make it relatively simple and quick. So I want, in order to do what I want, I needed timber. We call it timber. It's no longer 2x4s or 3x4s. I wanted timber that was a full 3 inches thick and 6 inches wide. I wanted it 14 feet long, but I can't get it 14 feet long. I could if I buy it in mahogany. So I went to one lumberyard, and for I went to 4 places yesterday. 4 places. I went to one lumberyard, which I have never bought anything from. Their prices, I think they look at me and they throw a dart at a board, and whatever that number is, that's what they charged me for. It's ridiculous. Anyway, one of the places went for a 3x6 piece of lumber was 740 pesos. Okay, so that's about $14. It's $15. Well, I didn't like that price at all because I know what I paid for that a year and a half ago. I bought 3 of those pieces, and they were 540 pesos. Now, this isn't steel from China. It's wood from the Philippines. So I said thank you, and they didn't have 14-foot lengths in stock anyway. I want 14s. So I went to my regular supplier locally, and I went to his yard before I'm going to go into his office and ask him questions. I want to see what he has in stock because his counter people leave a lot to be desired. When you tell them you want 2x2s, rough sawn, they could get it wrong and send you 2x2s, a finished product. And a 2x2 rough sawn is 2.5 by 2.5 inches. Well, once I ordered 50 of those, and they sent me a milled 2x2, which is 1 5/8 inches by 1 5/8 inches. You really have to be there when they load the truck, or show the person that's going to load the truck what you want. So I got 50 of the wrong pieces, and they had to go back, and they did. And an hour or so later, they brought back the proper material. But why do I have to do that? If I say rough sawn, it means raw lumber, and she gave me finished product. Or the guy loading the truck gave me finished product. I don't know. On the bill, it said 2x2s, but I said rough sawn 2x2s. She wrote down 2x2s. The packer could have just grabbed milled 2x2s. Who knows? I'm telling you, when you get to the Philippines, there's so much that you have to oversee when it comes to construction materials. Okay, so the first yard price was 40% more, out of the question, and no discount. So the second place I went to, they have 3x6 12 footers, but they're really like 12 foot 6 inches. That works for me. So those were 600 pesos. And then I went to another place, and because there's another supplier that I'm not sure who he supplies, but his trucks go out with 15 tons of lumber 3 or 4 times a day. I see his trucks running down the road with 15, 14, 12 tons of lumber on there. He's a big supplier. So from him, I can get those boards for 600, which is only 80 cents less per board, but I want 15 boards, so that's $15. So that's just for the one item. So when I went to my main supplier, he has everything I want. However, the main supplier's prices for the pipes that I bought at Build-A-Ware are $2 less per pipe. But here's the trick. The trick is the pipes are a little bit of a thinner wall, which would work fine for my scaffolding. It's not a problem. But this is just one of the obstacles that you have to go through when you're buying supplies here. So the pipes are $2 per pipe cheaper, but the wall thickness is slightly thinner. And there, at no point do I need the heavy wall thickness that I bought from Build-A-Ware. But I have them now, and I only bought a total of 12 pipes, so it's only a difference of $24. Not a big deal. However, the place where I can get the less expensive pipes for $6.40 per pipe, 640 pesos per pipe, $12.80 per pipe for a thinner pipe, their clamps are 3 pesos less per clamp. Same quality, same clamp. All clamps are made by one company in China. However, now here's where they get you. On the foam that I want to use for insulation for something, his price for the foam, my local supplier, his price for the foam was 3,300 pesos for one roll. But the price of that roll of foam in Build-A-Ware was 2,500 pesos per roll. Same product. So it was $16 more for the foam, for a roll of foam, than it was in Build-A-Ware. So this is what you got to go through. So basically, in order for me to make my next big purchase, which will be around 60,000 pesos, and then when I put a 60,000 peso order together, if I did that for Build-A-Ware, I'd get a big $20 delivery free. But if I do it locally and I do 60,000 pesos, their reduced prices for the pipe and the lumber, forget the foam, we're going into the city for the foam, will be their reduced prices plus 10%. So it will be a minimum of about 7,000 pesos savings, because I know where to shop. I know where to buy the materials. And I spent all day doing this yesterday. I also, and I have a big update from the building department for that whack job that says I can't build a hotel. I have no permission. I'll get to that comment in a moment, Scott. For that whack job that says I have no plans and no permits to build a hotel, I notified them, the building department, yesterday, that I will be starting actual concrete construction theoretically by mid-July, I think, end of July. And they said, you have a nice time, Michael. And they asked me if I was going to be hiring any men because they know I work alone now. And I said, no, I don't think so. Maybe not for about a year, 6 months to a year. And the guy laughed. He said, Hinai, 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 H-I-N-I, Hinai, which means slowly, 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 slowly. And that's a typical way to build stuff here. Not a project of my depth, but the first place I lived in Dolho, his name was Alessandro. Nice guy, Alessandro. He owns. His father was a general in the Italian army, so he's a very comes from big money, big Italian money, and they actually have what is called a home or a villa or an apartment where when you look out the front window of Alessandro's house, you see the Vatican. And he lives within the walls of Vatican City. So that guy, he had plenty of money to start building. And he started building back in 2013. And just 6 months ago, he finished. No, not 6 months ago. I'm thinking when the lockdown started. His building was finished last February or March 2020. So he was building for 7 years. His building is not as big as my building. And it took him 7 years to complete. He was in no hurry. He had a few rentals. I was one of his rentals. And he lived in the other apartment there. And he was in no hurry to build a huge building. And but anyway, he built like a unit after that. After I left, he built another unit. And then he built another unit. And each time you build a unit, as long as you have electric and septic to these units, you don't have to have the entire building completed. You can just build one apartment, two apartments. They get a little money, and then you put, and that's how he did it. So I'm going to build, of course, the first floor, and the second floor, and the third and fourth floor, but I'm not in any hurry. So most people to build a building my size take between, well, the building next door to me took 9 years to complete. 9 years. And it's 50% bigger than mine, but it took 9 years. So you hear this whack job saying, he's never going to, I'm not in any hurry. And I'm not going to have terms dictated by some whack job on YouTube. So let me read Scott Del Fuego's comment, and then I'm going to go outside. I'll tell you what I'm going to do outside today. The paint. The yellow paint is going to flow like the Nile River today. We got more and more yellow. Michael Fazio is providing entertainment and insight you won't get elsewhere. You people can just watch and learn. It's a public stream. And that's what I really want from all of you people. I'm asking all of my viewers to not ask me questions. Certainly not construction-related questions or where to buy materials. That will come later when you become a member of my Patreon community or a member of my Patreon, PayPal community. If you're not, there is no reason I should take the time to give you detailed instructions of where and how to save thousands of dollars on a big construction project. And of course, if you live in Bohol, if you're smart, and if you are a contractor, and if you know where to look, all these little places on off roads that are behind, back 1,000 feet off the main road, if you know where to look, you might be able to save that money yourself. It'll just take you a year and a half or 2 years to find all of these places. So anyway, I'm asking everybody to not comment, and even my members of my PayPal or my Patreon community, your questions can be answered privately. I'm not going to put information that took me months to figure out where and how to buy from which supply houses and which supply houses have the best prices. That took me months of work, of footwork, and that stuff's just not going out on the internet. You go to ask.com, they charge you $49 to ask one question, and they give you the wrong answer anyway. So I'm gonna follow their guidelines. If you want information, detailed information in writing, and the prices for the parts, I'll call the places up for you. I'll do all the footwork. I'll do all the phone work for you. It's going to cost you a couple of dollars, but you're going to save a couple of dollars. So today's project, moving forward, today's project is 2 sheets of already painted plywood are going up onto the roof. And then I'll have enough plywood on the roof to complete the first layer of plywood and vinyl covering on the roof. At which point, when I get the last sheet on, and it's not going to be today, but when I get the last sheet on, I'm going to cover the entire plywood area with an isometric polymer, like a rubberized paint. Then, on top of that, I'm going to put 5/16 inch of foam, rubber. And then I'm going to put another layer of plywood on top of that, which now I have next to the machine. I bought a couple of extra sheets 2 days ago. So there's going to be plywood, vinyl, polymer, then vinyl, then plywood, then 5/16 of foam, then another layer of plywood, and then another layer of the isometric polymer to cover the plywood and the ends. Oh, on top of the foam, I forgot, there's going to be a rubberized canvas that I paid $60 for about a year ago. So, because I knew what I was going to do in advance. So that, and then on top of that plywood, the polymer, and then 3x6s on top of that, and that's what I'll put the rebar bender on. That's one. So the plywood goes up there in order to finish the roof plywood. Then I'm going to paint the 3 sheets that I have down on the low level of the ground level. I also have some more purlin that needs to be painted. This is another thing about the Philippines that you people don't understand. I told you yesterday I don't like the paint from Build-A-Wear. And there's a reason for that. The reason is the paint from Build-A-Wear is the same price. Every gallon of paint is 680 pesos. Every gallon. Doesn't matter what store you're going. It's called the no competition rule. But the paint quality from Build-A-Wear, now that's something else altogether. It's a lesser quality paint. So when I painted the purlin a few months back with a lesser quality paint, it's already rusting through the paint. And that's why I said last week I don't like their paint. Their oil-based paints are not the same as the oil-based paint that I buy from a paint warehouse, a warehouse that only sells paint, where you don't get a discount, but they have every color, and the turpentine is $1 less per can. So if you know where to shop, then you can save in one day. If you went out and spent 50,000 pesos in a day, you could save 5,000, 7,000 pesos in a day. But you got to know where to buy this stuff. So then I'm going to paint the 3 sheets of plywood on the ground floor. Then I'm going to take a tarpaulin that I paid $30 for, and I'm going to put it outside on the grass, and I'm going to paint it yellow. Because these tarpaulins, they don't last that long. If you paint them, they last 2 or 3 or 4 years longer. I've known this since I owned a heavy equipment company. So I'm going to paint the tarpaulin. I'm going to paint another extension cord I built while I was watching YouTube. And that's it. I don't think I'm going to get much more than that. The purlin's going to get painted. The plywood's going to get painted. 2 sheets of plywood are going to go up to complete the necessary boards I need to complete the roof. And then I'm coming back down. So the first thing I'm going to do is post this camera at the plywood, and you'll watch me humping up to the roof. It's a little bit heavy. It's up around 68, 70 pounds per board. If you're a weak person, if you have a bad back, bad shoulders, or anything is wrong with your sciatic nerve, it ain't going to happen. And if I have none of those problems. And in fact, I heard the wackadoodle. I heard the wackadoodle say that my foot will stop me from working. It'll never. Hell, this foot is gonna end up. No. If someone posted $50 in my PayPal account, I'll take my sneaker off and show you my foot. It's all healed. Not my leg, but my foot. It took 7 months, but it's all healed up. So the wackadoodle doesn't know what he's talking about. Never did, never will. And still the wackadoodle has never posted anything of any content. And yet some people take the wackadoodle serious. One more thing. I have an update on the rebar tying tool. Again, yesterday, when I got home from the lumberyards, again, I ordered an automatic rebar tying tool. Again, probably the 20th time, and the last time, I hope. And from Alibaba, it didn't remember, or I didn't remember, my original password. So it had to go to my Yahoo Mail, change the password, go back to Alibaba's website, tell them to save the password. Then they're going to send me a code back to my Yahoo Mail. This is really hard living here in the Philippines. Back to my Yahoo Mail with a code. Then I go back to Alibaba and put the code in the coded page, in the place for the code, 6-digit code. And that said, when you put the code in here, it will bring you back to your shopping cart and you can check out. Put the code in there, pressed proceed, and the page went blank. B-L-A-N-K, blank, white page. No options, no words, no options. And I said, the hell with this. So I called up a friend of mine in America, and I said, you know, what I could do is, here it comes. What what I could do is just send you the money for the item through Western Union, and you buy the item, and then you put it in a box. Then you got to buy the item from China. So it's going to go. I'm going to ask my friend to buy the item from China because it will not ship to me in the Philippines. No way, no how. Alibaba, Lazada, Shopee, and a dozen other miscellaneous companies, including Makita, which doesn't ship to the Philippines. And their guns are $1,000. They're rebar tires, so I don't want one of those anyway. But so my friend is going to order the gun from China because we believe it will ship to America. Every time I ordered the gun, either the order disappeared, either the page went blank, or my credit card got turned off. And believe me, there's enough money to buy the guns that I want, the rebar tying gun, in my account. It just won't do it. It just will not proceed. It keeps coming up as a fraudulent purchase, even though it's my account, even though I call the bank, even though they note on my credit card, it is okay for this charge to Alibaba at this price to proceed. But what Alibaba does is something else. Whatever, the card gets shut off, even when I order the same exact item. So the card is getting shut off. Nobody is there reading it. And when the credit card company sees the note, well, it's already too late. The card is off. I have to call up my bank to turn the card back on. So anyway, my friend is going to order the tying tool and probably 50 rolls of tie wire, because you got to buy the tie wire for that gun from that company. That will be somewhere in $500 with the tie wire itself. And he's going to have that shipped. The tie wire and the tying gun is going to be shipped to the United States. And he's going to put that in a box. And then he's going to ship the stuff in the box to the Philippines. So the bottom line is that rebar tie wire gun is going to have more miles on it than the Gilded Beast from Harry Potter's series of Gilded Beasts. A Gilded Beast is something that is covered with gold but has no real value. When you, the gilded lily, let's say, the gilded lily, you cover a lily with gold, but it has no intrinsic value inside what's the gold, other than the cost of the gold. So that tie wire gun will have more miles on it than a Gilded Beast, the one in Harry Potter's series. So it's going to be an amazing thing, and it could take. It's going to take 3 months. If the purchase goes through. Say tomorrow I make the final decision and I order the final products, it's going to take 3 months to get here, because it's going to have 14,000 miles on this Gilded Beast. More miles than a Gilded Beast, more miles than Harry Potter's Gilded Beast. Holy macaroni. You think it's easy living? I've ordered this gun religiously once or twice or 3 times a month since December, and I can't buy a tie wire gun. It refuses to come to me. I don't know what to do. All Shopee orders cancel out. 90% of my Lazada orders cancel out. I give up. I'm going to ship everything to America, and then I'm going to have everything shipped from America. Now I'm going outside. I'm going to hump that plywood up. Just want to check to see if anyone going to or in the Philippines just received valuable information regarding what paint is substandard and saving money. That's cool, Scott. I agree. Old, overused cars are sloppy jalopies. We know where that's headed. Thanks, Scott. Okay, I'm going to go outside and I'm going to do the work of a man who doesn't have sciatica nerve problems. I don't have to take collagen because I don't have wrinkles on my forehead. Oh my God. You talk about a hypochondriac. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The man is... We have a wackadoodle that has become a hypochondriac as well as a wackadoodle. A wackadoodle. A wackadoodle. I'm going to take a few pieces of... I'm going to have a few pieces of pineapple, which I bought again for 30 pesos a kilo, 60 cents a kilo. It's some of the best pineapple. Maybe that's why. Maybe the wackadoodle wants long nails So when he scratches whatever. Today, I got outside at 8 o'clock and turned the water on to fill up my 15-gallon water bucket, 18-gallon water bucket. It's still filling up. Because we have no water in the Philippines today, baby. An amazing thing. It's been filling up for going on 3 hours. Three hours for 17 gallons of water. Huh. Go figure. Only in the Philippines, baby. It might be full now, but I seriously doubt that. The last time I looked at it, no water was coming out of the spigot. None at all. Not even trickling out. It was just an empty hose. Thank you. I don't hear it. No, sir. 3 hours. And we have 10 gallons. Okay, let me give you an opportune place for this to happen. I got to find shade. I do have to find shade for this camera or it'll overheat. So here are some of the things that I'm going to be painting. Okay, I bought a few lamps the other day, just 3, to finish up one thing I needed to do. I built another extension cord a couple of days ago, and I'm going to be painting this green tarpaulin. Because the green tarpaulin I have up on the roof there, the sun has beat it up and dried it out. So I'll be painting this yellow, or white, with that garbage white paint that I have. But any paint is better than no paint. These 3 sheets of plywood are going to go be replaced in a different position on top of that yellow, on top of that heavy-duty rubber there. So the rubber will be on the ground, so the sheets will never touch the dirt. They're going to get placed on the rubber, and then I'm going to paint the edges at least twice. I'm going to go for 3 times on the edges. And of course, the face of the plywood will get one full coat now, and then 1 full coat with the polymetric, the polymer, the rubber polymer. See, like this canvas here, it's already falling apart from the sun beating up on it. And it's only been out here about 7 months covering something up. So if you paint the canvas, it's like, it's similar to when you put a cover on your car. Your car has paint on it that protects the metal, but then you put a car cover on it to protect it from the sun. And we have our main tool here, a 30-inch floor fan, 2 horsepower floor fan. I doubt if it's 2 horsepower, but that's what it says. Let me find a shady place for this. There is no shady place for this. I'm gonna have to make. You son of a gun. Okay, I don't know how to make shade for this. I know how to make shade for it. Okay. Hold on, just, this white paint, still drying. Just watch my paint dry for a minute. I'm gonna be making a shady place for the camera, for the camera. All right, shady place is made. Okay, so let's see. Sean, the doggett, no doggett today. Saturday, no doggett.
No work today. Rest day today.
You work.
No work.
You work.
Rest day, no work.
No work?
Yeah.
Okay. Have a nice day. They're going to the doggett. Tide is high too. It is the right, what am I looking at here? Okay. Okay, so there's the top of the plywood. I'll be on top of that, pulling that up to the roof. Those 70-pound sheets of plywood at an awkward 45-degree angle with my back bent over. But I am not physically impaired. I don't cry when I have to do physical labor. I just go do it. Man up. Man up. I'm going up on the roof now. As soon as I wet myself down, I gotta tell you, the sun is very, 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 very nice today. The sun is extremely brilliant, and there's no clouds, so we're up around 110 degrees in the sun itself, the way I like it. Right at about that temperature is a beautiful thing. But the first thing we got to do is wet my shirt and my hair with some nice, fresh 3-hour water. Oh, that felt good. God, that felt good. Okay, gloves. Yes, gloves. Getting gloves. Gotta get gloves. I gotta get gloves. I think I'm gonna go for, well, I don't know where the old gloves are. I'm gonna go get new gloves. New gloves. boy. New glove. There's the new glove box. In the back. I'm coming. I'm coming. Backfire. I gotta do one more thing down here. Sorry about that. There's gonna be a 2 or 3 minute delay. I have one more thing to do down here before I go upstairs. Shouldn't take no more than about 2 minutes. I have to fill up one more bucket before I go upstairs. 10 gallons. 10 gallons in 3 hours. Only 3 hours. That's what the water department would say. It only took 3 hours? You're very lucky. Only 3 hours to fill up your water bucket. Very nice. Some people wait all day. That's what they would say too. You're lucky you got water today. Good to hear. Good to hear you got water today. Yeah, baby. You are one of the lucky ones. Hup, 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 Alrighty, this is a really bad angle, and I gotta navigate around. No, I'm not gonna do that. I got that bamboo in the way of flipping this stuff up freely, so I'll be moving the bamboo first. those freaking that rebar tying tool is gonna have more miles on it than a Gildabeest. All right, how am I gonna do this? I got my hands in the wrong direction. That's the better direction. Boy, this is a tough one. I should have put one piece at a time up here, because it won't flip unless I get it past the center of gravity. My fault. My fault. My fault. I knew that was going to happen. That'll be the last time I do it like that. Oh yeah, this is really bad. Hey, I'm almost done with one. How is the wrong way to go? The long way. Got my exercise in for today, yeah? Okay. Real men, get the job done. Almost there. Huh. Well, it ain't gonna go like that. At least I found my gloves. got it. Success. Uh, you won't be doing two of those. Not like that. The problem was I had to bring the board up 3 feet more in order to get the fulcrum or the center of gravity to flip the board. But this time, I'm going to go that way. And pull it up over the top of the container. Live and learn, yeah? And the reason I couldn't get it flipped over was because the jet ski was preventing the flip from taking place. But now, we don't have that problem. Theoretically, I could leave this piece pretty much where it is, but I'll move it anyway. Hup. 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 Real men get the job done. Yeah, baby, another minute, I'll be coming down. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not that. Not like that. Like this. Yes, like that. No. Yeah, baby. Okay, so. All right, I have everything up here that I want, and everything down there. I found another pair of my old gloves. That's what I was looking for. The paint is downstairs. I got to get that stuff painted. In case it rains, it'll open up the laminations are opening up. The boards are, the stuff is 1 month with 2 coats on the edges, and it's already opening up. This stuff was not made to last forever. It was made to last 2 or 3 months in the weather, and then you buy new. Because these supply houses, whether they're Filipino buyers or Chinese sales, they're screwing the Republic of the Philippines. One more little quick thing I gotta do up here. Screwing the Republic of the Philippines with substandard building materials. That's exactly what it boils down to. On the way down, fuck you, wackadoodle. On the way down, doing what real men do best, getting the job done. Another hour and my 3 buckets will be filled up. Maybe 2 hours. Okay. What do I have to do next? Next is I'm going to get put the fan on so that I will have a little bit of hung in air, a breeze on me. So that's the next step. And I can move the camera around to a shady area. And you'll be able to see what real men do in real life, on real jobs, really getting the job done, even if they have to put a little bit of elbow grease into it, which is what the white noodle is not possibly capable of. Okay. Hold on a minute. Okay, let's see if this is a good area. I'll turn this around. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. I will, I think I'm not sure if I'll be able to set this up so that you can see. I'm going to try. I think that's pretty good. Okay, I want to get it as far from the fan as possible. I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to go get a bottle of cold water. Give me about 60 seconds. All right, I'm back. No cold water. Well, there was cold water, but there's no more cold water. Okay, I'll be moving this last piece, putting the rubber down on the next to the machine, and I will answer the guy who was inquiring about Daisy. No, Daisy's gone. But whenever I need servicing, someone that calls herself your mother comes over and cooks me dinner. I'm not real sure if that's true or not, but that's what she said. Who are you? And she gave me your name. This is my son. So apparently she got wind that Daisy's gone too, and she needed she needed to. She felt the urge, you know, that biological urge. She knew I could fulfill that, the quest that she had to keep her juices flowing. So she comes over and cooks me dinner once in a while. All right, I'm gonna fill up one more bucket, being that it's taking so long. So I'll be back, I'll be back in the picture in about 45 seconds. Yeah, that's the truth, fish boy, freshwater fish boy. Whenever I have any kind of a need, your mother, who or someone who says she's your mother, comes over and cooks breakfast or lunch or dinner for me. Whatever I need, any kind of any need I have. Daisy's gone, but someone who calls herself your mother has come over and taken all the cooking responsibilities and other household chores for Daisy. So if it is your mom, she's here, she's safe. If it's not your mom, well, she believes she's your mom. So now you have two mothers. Fish boy. Now I already put hand cream on my hands. I slathered it on really good this morning, but being that I had to work with the water, some of it's gotten washed off, and inside the gloves that got a little wet, some of it got washed off in the gloves. So today I'm using shower gel as a barrier cream between my hands and the paint. At the end of the day, with this barrier cream soaked into your cuticles and your fingernails, the paint will come off just with a soft washcloth. And they sell something called barrier cream. Northern Tool has it. It's about $20 a gallon, but you can use sunblock. You could use Vaseline, but it's expensive. You could use dishwashing soap, or you could use shampoo or shower gel or conditioner. It all works the same. Here's a bottle of just regular shampoo. Works the same way. Okay, so it's time to mix the paint, baby. I am going to get rid of some of this white paint. I got yellow paint. I got orange paint. Let me get some paint open so I know what I'm doing. That's paint brushes. You don't need that. Got a paintbrush out already. So let me mark that so I don't do that again. Yeah, your mom treats me really good. I wake up in the morning, I want something, right there. Breakfast, massage, back rub, whatever. Very nice lady. What happened there? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Paintbrush is in there. My mistake. Okay, so I got the paintbrush can right here. We need that. These are all just paintbrushes that are 10 or 12 years old that I've had soaking in turpentine. That they're soft, but they're no good. I mean, you could use them for a first coat on almost anything, but you couldn't use them to varnish a door or anything like that. They're just $2 paintbrushes soaked in turpentine, and whenever I need to paint something with sand or rough paint, where I don't care what the finished coat looks like, I open these up and use them. Okay, so I got white in here. I got an orange in here that's going off. I don't know why it keeps going off, but it does. So I need turpentine. I'll be right out. Huh. I'm just going to mix a quart of white in with a quart and a half of orange. Put some turpentine in this can. Get the actual stuff that makes the paint, the chalk and coloring agents and stuff. At the bottom of a can, there's something. All the thing that makes paint settles to the bottom of the can. So I'm just going to get that out, put it in with the orange paint, and whatever color it comes out should be close enough for me, that's for sure. Because I'm the one that makes the decisions. Not enough. I'm gonna get the rest of the settlement out of there. Then I'm gonna transfer it from the orange can back into here because this one has a better lip sealing. Have almost a gallon when I'm done. Then I take these cans and I paint the bottom of these cans. And these cans will be used for holding nails or screws or bolts or nuts. I don't throw these out. I'll put a couple of holes in the bottom of them if they have nails in it. But let's say I want 2 pounds of 8-penny double-headed nails. I don't have to take a 50-pound box up to where I'm working. I just throw 2 pounds in one of these buckets. And these are my nail containers. And they're free. And they're stronger than anything you're going to buy in the store to hold nails, so why not? Not only that, they're already 90% painted. Outside's painted. I just have to paint the bottom. I'll give it another coat, and that's it, done. So now I'm going to transfer that paint, some of the paint into this this container here, and then I'm going to paint these boards. And I take the tops of these cans and bend them and put them inside the can, so the bottom is now a double bottom. All of this is going to have holes in it, so that if water goes in it, the bottom may rust, but it'll still be a double bottom. going to check the comments before I start painting. And then it'll also give me a moment out of the sun. And then I'm going to start painting. I'm going to paint the edges of those boards 2 times. At least, maybe 3. No, I didn't bring my glasses. Long hours in the sun. Yeah, you know, you could only, it even, to be honest with you, Scott, the Filipino men right now in real life, from 12 o'clock, they don't, it's almost like they do in Mexico. They take, if they can, they will take 2 hours in the afternoon for a break, and they'll take a nap, they'll have their food, some of them will go down to the beach and take a swim, but they don't like working out in the sun. They will if they have to, but they get a piece of plywood or a piece of cardboard over their head as quick as possible. Me, it doesn't, the other day up on the roof, it had to be 135, 140 degrees. And that was okay if there would have been a little breeze, but no breeze and that kind of temperature, I could work in that for about 15 or 20 minutes and I have to take a break. But I'm not in any hurry. Even yesterday, the inspector, who knows me well at the building department, he said to me, so he gave me permission to go ahead and build. I told him I'd be starting the actual construction work in July. And he goes, "You will work alone, yeah?" I said, "Yeah." And he laughed. He goes, and he laughed, and then he said, "No problems that way." Because he knows more than anybody that when you start hiring these people, it's bad enough in America where you have people that had broad experience in the construction industry, but here, I was talking to the inspector, one-on-one, man-to-man. I said, the people here, they don't know how to use a nail gun, because he's seen me use the nail gun. He goes, no. And I says, and they don't use the power miter. He goes, no. It's not the Filipino way. So he knows enough about this. And he's known me now for 6.5 years. So not from my building, but when they were building the building next door, I talked with him quite often, just because he was a building inspector. So, and not only that, I get more work done by myself than if I hired, well, first of all, he said to me, "You can hire men if you like." And I said, "No, I'm not going to go through all that trouble with the insurance, the NBI clearance and all of that crap." But I says, I work faster than 2 or 3 men anyway. Not everything, but if I were to give, I don't know, it doesn't matter what you give people stuff to do. When they make a mistake and they have to redo it, or they destroy something, or something falls off the second breaks and it's a $200 tool, they're not going to replace it. There's no accountability. They don't have $200 in their bank account when they're 40 years old. How are they going to replace a $200 tool? They don't have any tools. I've never seen, I've been on the job next door. They built this entire building next door with a ruler, no ruler, a tape measure that was out of the tape measuring holder. So the tape was just the tape, but no, it didn't go back in on a spring. The entire 3rd and 4th floor with a couple of broken tapes that were bent and kicked. So bent and kinked. I'm not lying to you. So whenever they wanted to measure something, somebody would have to go find the tape with the numbers on it. And then one of them didn't even have like the first few inches. So they started it at 1 foot. And then you had to use that tape for all the measurements. And I'm not lying. I have video of all of this. I will never put it on YouTube. But they literally had no tape measure with a recoil spring. And now that I'm thinking, I have it, I think, video. I'm pretty sure. And one 14 millimeter wrench for the to put the pipes together and take them apart. So he just laughed. He knows me for a very long time for many different reasons. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, sorry about that. That was my mistake. I pushed the cell phone too far in the bracket, and the bracket shut it off. I'm back. I'm gonna go paint stuff now. You know how I like to paint stuff, yellow. And the Lord said, paint thy stuff yellow. And the yellow paint flowed like the Nile River. Hey, does anybody remember that whack job? Half a hand job, whack job, telling people that it took me 2 days to paint a piece of plywood? Well, with this little 2-inch brush, I could paint this whole piece of plywood in under 4 minutes. That whack job, he lies about everything. The man gets everything wrong. He gets everything a little backwards. His brain does not function properly. And I'm serious about that. I know what would fix that. I know what would fix that. I even have what would fix that. But I'm not allowed to talk about that. I know exactly what would fix that problem. And fast. I have what it takes to fix that problem. The whack job. think I'll give you a better angle. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, 2 days to whack job. The freaking nutcase said it takes me to paint one piece of plywood. This is what I mean. The man is a pathological liar. There's nothing, there's no reality, there's no truth to his reality whatsoever. Look at the video and watch how long it takes me to put a coat of paint on half the plywood. Forget the edges, because the edges have to be done 2 or 3 times, but this is a solid coat of paint, and I'm working it into, I'm knocking off the sheen of the paint of the polyphenolic wood, and this paint is adhering to the wood properly. And does it look like it's going to take me 2 days to paint a piece of plywood? No, of course not. But the whack job, he's still on that same nonsensical rhetoric. The man needs to have an adjustment made. I know how to do the adjustment. I know how to do it. I can do it. I'm not allowed to do it. Now that's a half a sheet of a good solid coat of paint. And does that look like we were into this for about 3 minutes yet, maybe less? And I'm not in any hurry. Fucking whack job. Liar! Liar, 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 pants on fire! As Passport TV would say. You're going to have to excuse me for a minute. I'm going to have to go shut off the main water line. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. nice, fresh, yellow extension cord. This way, when you're walking around, you see it on the ground. Nice fresh yellow clamps, pipe clamps. Nothing like fresh yellow pipe clamps. Now this paint on the plywood is still a little wet, so I'm going to spend a few minutes and get the rest of the purlin. I have it up on the storage shelf up there, and I'll paint that next. And then put it on the roof. Something's gonna fall, so just watch out for the noise. Look at this garbage. See the rust all along this edge? This was only painted with that garbage white paint 3 months ago, and it already rusting through. The shit they sell you here is, it's sick. It's absolutely sickening. They sell you lowest quality products for real-time prices. We don't pay much less for paint here than it costs. A gallon of an oil-based paint in America, 20 bucks, and here we're paying $13.50 for a gallon. And yet the wages in America are 30 times the wages, 40 times the wages that the people make here. Not fair to the Filipinos, and the government, they put no controls on this garbage coming into the country, which is no different than America. Clinton, Reagan, Bush, Trump, they all sold us out to China in America, so I know what they're doing here. They're doing the same thing they did to America, they're doing to the Philippines. They sold out. They sold out the country. It's not even, it's not fair. It's just not fair. I mean, we used to have a paint in America, an oil-based paint, one coat on the purlin or the studs, one coat, oil-based paint, would not rust. This shit, a little bit of rainwater, 2 or 3 months of weather, and it rusted right through a full coat of white paint. Shouldn't happen. Now I'm putting, I know I thinned this out before, probably 15%. But that's what it, I gotta put a thick coat on, otherwise it's not gonna work. Now this should get me through to where I want to be. This should last long enough to get to where I'm going to use this stuff for its initial purpose. All right, I'm gonna, in a minute, before I move the plywood, I'm gonna check, see how many of my friends are here. If they want to say hello, they're welcome to do so. And then I'm gonna move this plywood over and get the back side. Alrighty. Check the comments. Take a 2 or 3 minute break to get some water, and then I'm going back to work. This time I'm bringing the glasses. Last time, the son of the woman that's taking care of me was on here leaving nasty comments. The son of my chef, my masseuse, my caretaker. Her son came on and was leaving nasty, malicious comments. Wait till I tell her about that in the morning. That's about what it boils down to, Scott. I will spend all my day. Listen, I've trained hundreds of people, but that was when I had 10 or 12 people, and 2 or 3 of them knew a little bit about what we were doing. And I don't want to. And when I had the deck building business, nobody did any thinking except me, 90% of the time. 90% of the time, I was at the saw. I had Johnny Mack, the hardest working man in the universe. Jimmy Hardbody, an ex-Marine, hardcore working man. They were my routing crew. Those 2 guys, I could leave units of lumber with them, they could route. But those were about the only 2 guys that I could let go off on their own. Now, they could also dig the post holes for the foundations for the decks. They were good at that. There were those 2 guys on a wheelbarrow. There were 2 hardcore laborers, but neither one of them in 20 years that they worked for me ever made a cut on a piece of wood, ever. They never used the power miter or the skill saw. They never used the nail gun. In 1985, I taught Johnny Mack how to read a ruler, a tape measure, the same way we learned in school with a piece of the pie, like 1/16 is 1/16 of the pie. And I knew Johnny Mack since his brother James and I were in kindergarten together, so in 1960. So I guess I knew Johnny Mack since 1962 or 63 when he was born. And I didn't know until he was like 23 or 24 years old that he couldn't read or write. So before work, he would come in. He was always looking at the ruler or the tape measure. What's going? Johnny, do you want to cut wood? I mean, like if they felt the need that they wanted to use the power miter, I would let them do it, but only if they were comfortable with it. And he said, Michael, he was embarrassed He said, I don't know how to read a ruler and I don't know how to read or write. So he would come in to work a little bit early or on our breaks or lunchtime. I would teach him. I could not teach him how to read, but I taught him how to read a ruler. And he told me why he wanted to read a ruler. He wanted to go into the Masons Labor Union, where those are the guys that set the scaffolds, break the scaffolds down. They mix the mortar, they mix the cement, they move the cement blocks. Just labor, nothing else. But they needed to pass a test that had to do with measurements. So I guess it was around 1984 when I first bought my first crane, land operated crane and pile driving unit. And I taught him how to read a ruler. And he took the test and failed, and then took the test again and failed. And finally, after about a year or so, he passed the test and he got a job as a mason tender in the Masons Union. And one of the guys that started working for me when he was 12, Tiger, Lowell Barton, L-O-L, however you spell Lowell, Barton, B-A-R-T-O-N. Lowell started working for me when he was 12. Now he's the head of the Masons concrete, bridge, and road. I don't know, if you looked him up online, you'd see he's the head delegate of the union, if he hasn't retired already. But he started working for me sweeping floors when he was 12. By the time he was 25, 26 years old, he got a job in the concrete union putting in sidewalks for the city. And shortly after that, he didn't need to work for me anymore. But we did do jobs together. We did, we used to underpin foundations of houses where the foundations were crumbling. We'd underpin the existing foundation and put a sister wall next to it and then brace that. We were good at that, and there were many houses that needed that job. So we'd go into the basement, and that was all sand, and the wall was crumbling, and underpin a multitude of houses and jobs like that. We did the Catholic schools. There was, 700, 1,400, 2,100, 3,000 feet of sidewalks, 6 feet wide. I did the digging with the machine, and he was in charge of the masons. But anyway, Johnny Mac but most of the people, he got a job working for, and he just retired. I saw him when I was back in New York 2 years ago. He stopped by. I was looking at him and going, that looks like Johnny Mac. And it was, because I hadn't seen him in 20 years. And gave me a big hug. And we talked for about 20 minutes. And that was it. And we haven't seen each other since, but he did good. But most of the guys that worked for me, you could not leave them alone to do anything. I would have to tell them what. Now, the decks were, go give me 50 pieces of lumber, put it on, actually, the table that we put the lumber on for routing were these two, metal frames that you see right there. The two tables that you see before you, that metal frame, that's one, and that's two on the bottom over there. Those two were my routing tables. I took those from America. So yeah, I don't feel like now if the time comes where I need straight labor, and that time will come. I'll get my friend M-A-I, I'll just get him to send over some of his labor. And I'll hire out his men for 1 or 2 days, whatever it takes. Because there's going to be a time, there's going to be a time when I'm going to need those men. Not so much though. You know, I'm pretty capable, and if I do need men, I'll just hire my as piecework, or he can give me his labor. He's got a bunch of men working for him. He'll just give me 2 or 3 of his men for as long as I need it. I'll pay their salaries, and I'll give him a commission. So that's all worked out. And as I said before, the building inspector was notified yesterday at about 11 o'clock yesterday morning that we're going ahead to start construction in July, and he said, have at it. So I'm going to check the comments. Right, Scott's trip to the Philippines, I think that was scheduled for last April. And he was going to stay at a hotel. At a hotel right near me, a big hotel, a big 5-star hotel. You're lying. Ah, God, you're lying. Scott is making believe he can't read a ruler. Anyway, that was funny. Yeah. The easiest way to remember whether to cut on this side of the line or the other side of the line is just put an X. Where the chop saw is going to touch the wood, put an X on the side you don't want cut or you want cut. I always put it, X is the piece that gets chopped off. I've seen people put the X on the piece that doesn't get chopped off, but it gets confusing. So if you put a line on a piece of wood, and the piece of wood is on the chop saw that you want to keep is on the right, you put the X on the left side of the line, and that's the cut piece. Anyway, that's how I do it. That's how most carpenters do it. Okay, I'm going to turn this around, and I'm going to start flipping boards around. Yeah. Where are my gloves? being right in between these two sheets of plywood, the paint fumes are going to get really serious. So I start on this end because the fan is blowing the fumes that way. So I'll do a little bit of this board and a little bit of the board behind me, so I'm not caught between the vapor coming from these two boards. It's serious. Between the sun drying it quick and the two boards only having 3 feet between them, I'm like in a tunnel of paint fumes inside a bottle. paint fumes. I sense the paint fumes. Thank God for that fan. Otherwise, you could do this, but you wouldn't be getting much fresh air. But now I am. I'm getting a couple of thousand cubic feet of fresh air a minute. That's the only thing that's saving me now, because it's pretty hot. The stuff is drying at a rapid rate, and there's no other wind. There's no wind from the ocean. That's why I like working on the roof, because there's almost always a light breeze up on top. Like right now, where there's no breeze down here, there's a couple of mile-an-hour wind up on top. Not always, but most of the time. Now, for those of you who are coming in wondering why I'm painting this, well, number one, randomly, this stuff goes together. They do it on purpose. They could make this board waterproof to last forever, but they don't. So the edges absorb water like a sponge, and it blows apart. So you've got to put at least 3 or 4 coats on the edges. But on the front here, like this, 2 times on each board is a seam where they put the plastic vinyl covering on. Instead of just putting one piece on the whole length of the board, they put it on in 3 pieces. And that's where the water goes in, to the edge of those pieces of laminate. And they do it on purpose, so the water will go in to the edge of the laminate. And then the wood blows apart from the face of the plywood as well. It's called phenolic wood. So they do it on purpose. They can take, what's the difference if they take one piece of vinyl and cover the whole sheet? It comes in rolls of miles long, but they put it on the front of this board and the back of this board in 3 pieces. 1, 2, 3. What the hell? They do it on purpose so the board gets destroyed from the weather. So rather than try to just paint the seam, I just paint the whole board. Because eventually, when I get the first floor done, the rebar bender will go on the first floor. This layer of plywood will come off and become forms for the second and third floor. And the paint will stop the concrete from sticking to the form. If it lasts those 2 years, year and a half, then the paint will, when you put concrete in the form, the paint will be the part that touches the concrete. When you pull the form apart, instead of it, and that's another reason, they put that damn vinyl on, like one piece of vinyl is here and one piece is over here. So when you're stripping the forms down, the concrete sticks to the vinyl. It'll pull the vinyl off at the seam. They got this all worked out to screw you, baby. They could put it on in one piece, then the concrete would not have something to grab, an edge to grab. They do it on purpose. I know they do it on purpose because I worked on airplanes. There's people that spend billions of dollars to make shit not fall apart when you're working with it on airplanes, and then for the regular schmucks like me and you, there's people that spend millions of dollars to figure out how to make it fall apart. If there was no seam, the concrete wouldn't pull the seam apart. Not complicated. So when you paint it with a brush like this, a little bit of paint goes into the seam and seals up that little seam that looks like it's only about 1 or 2 thousandths of an inch. The paint at least seals it up a little bit. Okay, next we paint the brand new tarpaulin. I'm going to check the comments because Scott's probably getting ready to go to sleep. You know, there's no way to do this in here. I'm going to have to take the tarpaulin out. I got to take it out into the front yard and put it down on the grass. And then I'll paint it with the mop. There's no way to do it on draping it over the plywood. There's just too much. The tarpaulin is, I think that one might be 12 by 12. Oh. Oh. I need to add something to my rebar tying machine. I need to add pants that I can't get here in the Philippines. Shorts from REI. I need to add REI shorts. I forgot all about that. Oh, I knew that. Scott was getting ready to get putting me on. I knew that. I knew this is around this time to go to sleep. All right, Scott. Thank you for keeping an eye on things. A 3x Rockscapes. I thought I sent all of that stuff out. Well, I have 3x Rockscapes in the container with next to the tuna fish and the salt that I haven't seen. I don't know what box they're in. Wait. I did find a box of shirts. It wasn't the Lips shirt. It might have been the Rockscape shirt. Okay, next time I open the container, I'll pull that out. I think I found that box around. I think I ordered 60 shirts, and it got to be triple X's in there because I think I had one on yesterday, actually, a triple X. I think I remember that. Okay, well, all right, so I'll make it a priority to, I really need some stuff from that container, soon. I need the salt, because I'm out of Himalayan salt, almost. Well, I got a little bit left, but the Himalayan salt makes my ankles swell. The, Morton's crystal salt does not make my ankles swell. So that I need. I have 6 pounds of tuna fish in that same box with the salt. Unless I haven't seen it. I should have saw that stuff by now. And I think the shirts are right by the main door, right by the door. I haven't opened that container up in 7 months, 8 months. No, I'll give you the 3X's because they're going to shrink a little bit. All right, I'm going to take this tarpaulin out to the front of the house now. Yeah, okay. I'll get with you on that. I'm sure. I'm sure I found that box. I found a box of shoes. It's in the video with the Manville, the box. You could see the box. I don't think I showed what's in the box. It's not the lip shirt. Because there's only 20 of those, so that wouldn't be part of the process. And then it's got to be the Rockscape shirt. Got to be, because there's the lips box, the lip shirts. There's 23 of those, I think, left. And the Rockscape's box had 60, 70 pieces in there, something like that. Altogether, I think I ordered 100 pieces of all the designs. I know there's Rockscape's On-Time Backhoe in that box, and then the lips box is a separate box altogether, because that came from the same company but from a different division. All right, I'm going to take this up. I'll get with you right on that. Yeah, I was leaving New York, probably. Four gulps, 7 bubbles. The only way a man should drink water is 4 gulps, 7 bubbles. Anything less, a lesser man. We know some of those, don't we? So, yeah, I'll take this tarpaulin out into the front. Look at this shit. Look, you want to talk about shit? Let me show you shit. Let me show you the garbage they sell you here. So, they didn't have an orange rubberized canvas, 12 by 16. They had 10 by 12. It wouldn't cover the jet ski. So 12 by 12 will cover the jet ski or the cement mixer. But look at the garbage I'm about to show you. This tarpaulin, I just opened it up, yeah? I just opened up the tarpaulin. Look at the edges of the tarpaulin. I mean, I opened it up a minute ago. Look, it's all the plastic vinyl is already, from it being folded only, all the plastic vinyl is ripped off on the corners, wherever it was folded. That's where the fold was, and that's where the vinyl, the finished vinyl didn't even stay on the cloth. This is the shit. This is the garbage. This is the worthless crap they sell you here in the that vinyl, if you would have bought that 20 years ago in America, would never have been flaked off from folding it. Now they have a better vinyl, the orange one that's up on the roof that I have for the container. That you could fold it, of course, step on it, it doesn't peel off, but they don't have the size I want. So I bought this one for $30 less, and I got $30 less of a product. What garbage? This is brand new. I spent $30 on this, and it will leak day one. It will leak day one. And I spent $30 on it. That's all the way through. It will leak on day one. What's the point of buying a cover if it's going to leak the day you unfold it? I didn't know that until just now. When I bought it in the store, I didn't put I didn't see that. And maybe it was towards the back side of the folds. I don't know, but this is garbage. I just spent $30 for a tarpaulin, and where it was folded, the rubber peeled off. Look at this. This is crazy. Not just in one place, everywhere it was folded and there was a tight corner. This is such crap they sell you here. There's no returns on this either. Well, now that it has paint on it, but I couldn't bring that back to the store and get a return on it because of that. They don't have returns here in the Philippines. I mean, I can't say for sure that they wouldn't give me a return if I had the receipt, but it's a 7-day, definitely a 7-day no return policy. That's a fact. So it's more than 7 days. So with the receipt, wouldn't make a damn bit of difference. There's no returns after 7 days on anything. I spent 39,000 pesos on a computer. I brought it in on the 6th day. No, I brought it in the next day. But I said, what happens if I would have brought this in on the 8th day? They said, oh, well, we wouldn't be able to give you back your money, but we would send it out to Manila for you. These son of a... The Philippines, when it comes to customer service, is pure garbage. And everybody knows this. $30 on something that if I depended on it to not leak, which I don't care about this thing, whether it leaks or not, because it's going over a jet ski or this cement mixer here. $30. Well, I don't care if it leaks a little bit. That's not the point. It's brand new and it's already got holes in it from just sitting on the shelf. It's not fair. All right, you're gonna look at the building next door, which will eventually what my building will look like, and I got to open up the front. Motherfucker. All right. Oh. All right, I'm gonna try to get. Oh, I gotta go get the power. The machine is running out of power. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put the tarpaulin down on that grass there, but I gotta get the power cord or it's gonna shut off. So I'll be out in a minute. Okay, I got power. Now I got to get the adapter. Squeaky steps. That number is. What the hell happened here? That's what. Okay, I'm coming. Okay, I'm coming. Oh, in a minute. I want to get some pineapple. I need energy. Oh. Oh, you bastard. Oh. Mm. I'm coming. I'm coming. Ugh. Ugh. Huh. 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 All right, so I got a bunch of pineapple. Mm. Okay, I'll just talk. I got a bunch of pineapple. I'm looking outside the gate, and I'm going to myself. The goat herder, the goat herders. There's Randy. Then there's a guy whose name I can't pronounce. Not that I want to. Not that I don't dislike him or anything like that. I just have nothing to talk to him. He's a goat herder. What exactly will we have in common? I mean, a real goat herder. We're not talking about a guy that has a plantation with 10,000 goats and 200 workers and a payroll. We're talking about a guy who owns 20 goats and he walks them up and down the block. And that's what he's done since he was a little boy. Basically, we still have goat herders in the Philippines, to be honest. Anyway, I'm looking at the rocks and I'm going, they tie the goats up. Goats are pretty docile animals. Basically, you can tie them to a light branch on a tree and they'll stay there forever till they die. Anyway, I have about in another location. I have several different little pieces of property around here. I have a pile of boulders and rocks that are some 6 inches to 18 inches in diameter. And the other day I noticed, now I painted some stuff on top of those rocks a couple of years ago with white paint. I'm looking at the rocks that he's using to tie the goats down to, or tie the ropes on for the goats. I'm going, those rocks have white paint on them. The guy took my rocks. I don't care. This stuff it's $100 a ton, and he just took a couple of rocks that are 8 or 10 inches in diameter to tie his goats down with. But here's a guy that doesn't do a damn thing all day, ever. I've known him for 6.5 years. 6.5 years he walks up and down the block. There's 1,000 places that he ties the goats up to. They're the rocks. And in all of those places, wherever he is, he's got rocks. Not my rocks, not all of them, but I'm just saying there's probably like 12 places on the block that he ties his goats up to. I mean, these people, he's a goat herder. I mean, I've known him for 6.5 years. We say hello to each other, hello. Only about a month ago, I asked him what his name was, and it's not pronounceable, or I can't pronounce it. I couldn't hear it so well. I couldn't pronounce it. I don't care. But he hasn't. Only a year ago, I knew what the goat lady's name was, that I remember it. She's another one. But she went to school, though. She had a good education. She can speak English and write it. But not the other guy, whatever his name is. He can't speak English. He can say hello. He's a goat herder. Okay. He's a goat herder. Okay, I'll go get the tarpaulin now, spread it out. Oh, what I got to do first. How am I going to do that? Oh. Yeah, I'm going to have to. I wonder. No, I don't feel like doing it. I'm going to get a mop. I'm just going to get a mop. A regular floor mop. And I'll use the mop to paint the canvas. I'll be right back. Uh-oh. It is raining out, which means I will not be mopping anything. Okay, it just started raining. Let's see if it gets heavy. I gotta shut it off. Yeah, they sprayed the skies from a beautiful clear sky this morning. They just filled up the entire sky with those fake white clouds, and it's raining. I think they've been controlling the weather since the beginning of time. It's raining pretty hard. Okay. Time to put everything away. You should be able to hear it soon. Ah, boy. Okay. There will be no painting of the, I guess I'll do that on the roof another day. I'll put it, when I get the roof done, I'll throw it up on the roof and paint it on the flat surface upstairs. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's 12 by 12. Now. Ah, boy. Okay, this got to go away. This got to go inside. Lower, gotta go inside. My day is over. Theoretically. Alright. Well, that's one bucket there. Okay. Get this bucket in the house. Well, this bucket goes back over to the, okay, that goes over there. Ah. I could, you know what I could do for you guys? I could put the, I could put the phone someplace where you'd be able to see me put everything away. It's raining pretty, well, we can't do any more painting, that's for sure. Oh boy. Oh, you son of a bitch. All right. All right. I think if I do this and I get the electric, I think you'll be okay. I think I know what I could do. I gotta get into that other container to get Scott's shirts. I think I'll take, I think I'll cut the grass so I can get into that container one day. Ugh. That's what I think I'm gonna do. I'll be right out. I gotta get one more loop of extension cord for the camera. Okay. Now what else? Oh, I know. Okay, I'm coming with the weed whacker, which is going to be a 20-inch bar chainsaw today. For today's weed whacker, we will be using a 20-inch still chainsaw for your weed whacking pleasure. Now, let's make sure. Oh boy. Okay, this is. I couldn't see what happened when I plugged it in. I got to see something. Okay, that works. Okay, so I got the power. I got to put everything away, and then I'll take the chainsaw out to the front yard after I get all this crap put away, and I'll chainsaw the weeds down to about 3 or 4 inches. I want to make sure you got a clear sight. I got to go look at the computer. Good. Looks good. Looks good. Okay. You have a clear line of sight to the general area where I'm working. And I'm going to put the electrical stuff away first. And the paint. Put the paint away. drill got wet, no problem. The paint, that's no problem either. Okay, the brush. The brush is problematic. Okay. The brush is a little problematic. So, I gotta put the brush back in a jar. Okay. Brush goes back into the jar with the thinners in it. Oh shit. Now the thinners are not in there anymore because there's so much water. I'll just put fresh thinner. Okay. Huh. 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 This is my next paintbrush, the mop. I'll be using this mop for the, to paint the tarpaulin when I get it up to the roof. Lord knows I don't need it in the house. What is in this one here? This one is the empty one, yeah? Yeah, okay. This is the empty one. Ah! Oh boy. All right. Now there is something I don't want to do. I don't want to leave these pieces down here like this. Nobody will bother them, but if we get a big windstorm and that happens, they could fall down and get bent up, and don't need that. So I'm going to go up this ladder now. I'm going up the ladder now. Oh, boy. Oh boy. There's something I have to do back here. Got these stray dogs. Fucking. I wish they would pick these stray dogs up. There's a whole nother litter. 4 more stray dogs. And they're sleeping under the machine. And they bark all damn night. Oh. It's annoying. They hear a sound in front of the house, and there's two of the litter are sleeping underneath the machine, and as soon as they hear a weird noise, they bark. Pain in the ass. I wake up in the morning, I see them running out of the yard. Because they know I don't want them in the yard. I don't bother them so much. But the barking is annoying. All right, I'm going up on the roof to move these purlin upstairs. Come on. Center of gravity is not the best. All right, well, before I go play lawn doctor, I'll take a little break, get some of this yellow paint off my hands with a rag. Not soap and water yet, just so that I could touch the camera. And then I'll play lawn doctor with the chainsaw, because the clutch and the weed whacker with the saw blade on it, the clutch and the weed whacker took a crap on me, so I no longer have a proper weed whacker. Amazing. Damn, it's a good weed whacker too. It's a Shindawa. I bought it in 2001, so it lasted 20 years. Now, six of those years it wasn't used, but that weed whacker, that Shindawa weed whacker that I have, has whacked hundreds of thousands of square yards of weeds. It was a good weed whacker, and the clutch just failed on it recently, and I don't know that I'll be able to get another clutch, so I might just buy a new one. I'm not sure about that yet. Let me turn this around. Okay. Oh, okay, Scott. Yeah, you know, now that, right. Now I remember. Yes, I remember now. Right, you were going to come to New York, and Jack and his partner were going to come. But Jack's stuff I had sent out, but you were still coming to New York. Okay, yeah, it's not a problem anyway. I know that box is within 3 feet of the doors when I open the container. It's not a problem. Okay, so I think I'll have that. Well, I can't even do that right now. I wonder what time it is. I didn't eat lunch. I had a couple of pieces of pineapple. I don't really have to chop much, but I do need to move the fencing again. It's just as well that it rained and I didn't paint that thing, because I'd have to leave it out there for it to dry. And if I would have painted it, then I would have had to bring it in the yard with paint and water. I would have painted the neck. That would have been. When I get the top of the container finished, the first coat, I'll just paint that tarpaulin up on the roof. I'm just taking a little break, and then I'm going to go whack all those weeds. And that'll be once, because I can't go in the container with those weeds there, because there's, in the weeds here, there's the little thorns, the little stickers, the ones that stick to your socks and your shoes and stuff like that. And if you're working in there, then they get on your legs, and you brush your leg up against your other leg, and then they punch a hole in your leg, and then you're pulling thorns out of your legs. So they got the thistle stickers. The thistle stickers, and I don't know if they're still there, but there were red ants in that area. and I don't know that whether or not they're still. I haven't been. I forget. Haven't been inside the container in 7 months. But I don't remember. What 7 months was Christmas? What the hell am I talking about? I haven't been in that container in a year. The last time I was in that container, I literally threw 3-4 kilos of mothballs in the container, just on my antique furniture and in the box with the clothes in it and stuff like that, because the termites, if they get in there, eat everything that's wood that they want. And I have my antique roll top desk in there, and not that I really give a shit about that thing anymore. It's a beautiful desk. I wished I could have sold it when I was in New York. I loved it. I've always had it since I was 17, but it has no real intrinsic value to me anymore. I'm never going to be in business. It serves no purpose for a computer. It's a pretty desk, but it's pretty useless too, for the most part. And I wanted to sell it. I put it up for sale. I offered to give it, literally just give it to my brother. He don't want it. He doesn't like antiques. But he didn't like he didn't like the desk. He likes 60s style furniture, the stuff my dad had in his house. But the desk is a pain in the ass. You got to oil it twice a year with lemon oil. You got to buy at least a half a quart of lemon oil twice a year and oil it and then polish it inside and out. Otherwise, it looks like crap. Just looks like an old dusty desk. So I said, you can have. No, I don't want it. I says, it's free, Tom. You always said you want it. I don't want it. Okay. Anybody else would have jumped at that. And I even offered to sell it to other people for as little as $2,000, but they had to come pick it up. One thing about the economy, even 3 years ago, the economy was not that good. People wanted me to send them things that I wanted to sell them. I pay for the shipping and I send the item to them, this is a freaking scam from the get-go. And then if they like the item, they'll send me the money. So what kind of stupid shit is that? And this was even museums that I had stuff that I wanted to give to a museum, pieces that were medical equipment from 1870s, 1860s, maybe technology that worked, medical equipment with pumps, blood pumps and shit like that. If you wanted to buy a refurbished pump that I have in that container now, if you wanted to buy a refurbished blood pump from whatever year the one I have is, they were upwards of about $3,500. It comes on a metal stand and it has a wooden base, and there's a pump on it it's all bronze, but it's chrome plated, and it's got an electrical motor and a rubber band that the motor runs the pump, and the pump was used to take the blood out of a person after they died, and then they would probably put formaldehyde in it and then pump formaldehyde back into the person. But we're talking about 1860s, 1870s technology. So if you wanted to buy one of those, you could get them online at an auction for about $3,500 starting price. So there was a museum for embalming stuff, antique autopsy tables and antique autopsy tools, all that crap. So I said to the museum, I sent them a video of the item. You want to hear a gimmick? This is true. I don't remember the name of the museum. So anyway, I send them a video of the item. I made a video of it. It was in my room. It was part of my antique collection, that just something that I liked and I kept from when I was a little kid. I found it in a building I was renovating. Anyway, the museum said to me, after they saw the antique, after they knew it was the same one they had one of these in the museum that had a value of $3,500 or $5,000, depends on what they wanted. The museum said to me, yes, sir, you can send that here and with a check for $2,500, and we will refurbish it. And I'm going to myself, wait a minute, you're a museum. You're supposed to do that on your own. I would have sent it. But they wanted me to send the unit, my cost to send it, which would have been about $100, and a check for $2,500 made out to the museum. And they said they would refurbish it. I don't know. They might just put it up for auction for $1,000 and keep my $2,500. I don't know. I said to the guy, you got to be kidding. He goes, no, sir, this is the way we do business. I said, I'll take it to the Philippines with me. Oh, it won't serve you any purpose in the Philippines. I don't give a shit. I hang it on a wall. Don't worry about it. So that's what I'm going to do with it. Hang it on a wall. 2,500. So I don't know how much. The thing worked. The motor worked. The motor works just fine. You plug it in, it turns. The brass, the chrome-plated brass pump wheel, I don't know. I think if you put it on I guess you could get it sent out and have it re-chromed for $100. You know, it wouldn't be an expensive thing. $75 to a plating and polishing company. I used to repair plating and polishing equipment back in the 70s. If you wanted, I don't know, something small the size of a shoebox, they'd plate and polish it on 36th Street in Long Island City. They'd plate and polish it for like $20. This is back in the 1970s. But I mean, plating and polishing is cheap. If you bring it to their door, it's just a question of dipping it in 3 acids and then plating and polishing it. You know, it's not a big deal. I don't know what the big deal for that thing was. The motor was in pristine condition. The wood needed to be painted. Right? It wouldn't be $2,500 worth of refurb. Anyway, I'm not going to do that. I mean, if somebody out there wants a blood pump, I'll sell you a blood pump for $1,500 plus shipping. Okay, there you go. You got a deal. Saving 60% off. Such a deal. All right. Time to go whack the weeds. That paint knocked the shit out of me. It always does that. It makes you lethargic. Oh, lethargic or not, it's too early to quit for the day. And the weeds, after the rain, the weeds are nice and wet, so they won't be so dusty. Here we go. All right. I'm not even going to go inside. You should be able to see enough. Well, you can hear it. That's more important, to be able to hear it. Ah. Oof. Yeah, that paint knocked the shit out of me. Oh. Uh. Uh. Definitely gonna need earmuffs for this. That thing, my ears will be ringing for a week. Hey, hey. I can take this box. Did you hear me? Did you hear me cursing? Did you hear me cursing? Are you guys able to see this? Oh yeah, you should be able to see what I was doing. Did you hear me cursing? Let me tell you why I was cursing. I tell you that these Filipino workers, they don't want to work. So what they did is there's a beautiful tree, bush, shrub. I forgot the name of it. I've taken out 1,000 cubic yards of that exact product in Florida. Bougainvillea, and it has thorns on it about that long. And it grows in a big bush. So see the size of the cargo container there? It's 8 feet high and 20 feet long. Well, for a man to get into a bush like that inside the base of the bougainvillea is 2 or 3 inches in diameter. Anyway, I would get to remove a size of that I used my backhoe. Bougainvillea, $3,000. Hey, Sean! Sean! Polyhoog! I'd get $3,000 to remove the size of that container. So what the man next door did, Sean, the manager, he had one of the Filipinos working with him, and he clipped the bougainvillea tree. And they were supposed to take it all to the back. But what they did was they threw a lot of it in front of the container right where I walk. So now there's 5-foot, 6-foot pieces of bougainvillea with thorns that long, all enthralled into the weeds I'm cutting. And I reached down to move a rock, and I got punched. And when they punch a hole in you, they leave a resin on your... Well, when they're alive, they leave a resin. This one, it's not itchy yet. But that's the basic, typical Filipino job. Typical Filipino job. If no one's around, they'll shortcut it. That house over there, 100 yards of the sand that they built the foundations for that house came from the beach. Go figure, yeah? All right, what am I looking at? Well, I'll put it like that. You won't be able to see much. Almost all the foundation sand came from the beach. And the other person you hear me talking to is the goat herder that took the rocks. But they didn't do it. Somebody else did it. Somebody else took the rocks with the white paint on it, my rocks, with the white paint on it, and put them along the side of the road. It wasn't the goat herders tied the goats up to the rocks, but it wasn't the goat herders that took the rocks to put the goats on it. It wasn't them, it was somebody else. So, let me tell you another little secret about living in the Philippines. So, I told you about the rocks earlier. I told the story that on the side of the road, there are rocks from another piece of property that I have with paint on it. So I know they came from my rock pile because they have white paint on the rocks. First of all, three things. I don't care that they use the rocks to tie the goats up with. I have 40 tons of rocks like that. They take 20, 30-pound rocks. I don't care that they take the rocks. Doesn't matter to me. But over there, where I just cut the grass, I walk over there. Other people walk over there. Children walk over there. And they take these 6 or 7, 8-inch stones and they just throw them on the ground in random places and they tie the goats up to the rocks. And I don't care that they tie the goats up to the rocks. It doesn't bother me at all. Not one bit. Mind hop on, Randy. And that doesn't bother me. What bothers me is that they take the rocks and just throw them in random places. And they took the rocks this time. I noticed the rocks are from underneath the front of my house. I know it for a fact because there's a whole section of rocks that are missing from the front of my house. And I know that because when I told you I was going to order the lumber to move the house, I had to get down on my hands and knees and see what I needed. And I'm looking down yesterday, day before yesterday, I'm looking down underneath the house and I'm going, there's a whole bunch of rocks missing. I don't care about that. I don't care that they took. But what pisses me off is that they just take the rocks randomly and throw it in the high grass. And anybody that's walking by with a pair of thongs or myself, I got a trip on their rocks that they didn't even ask me if they could have the rocks. So I don't care about that either. They can have all the rocks they want. So now the one lady, the goat lady that keeps her goats in front of the house, she always ties her goats up to those rocks. So I know for a fact she's the one who took the rocks out from under the front of the house. I don't care about that. She can have all the rocks she wants. She can take wheelbarrows full of rocks. I have 20 tons of rocks under the house. I have another 15 or 20 tons on another property. And then I got 5 or 6, 8 tons underneath the other cargo container. I don't care about the rocks. So I just said to her, she came by before, I said to her, did you take the rocks from under the house? No. They say the first thing that's best for them. Now, she knows damn well I know she took those rocks out from under the house. It's her goats that get tied up to those rocks, and it's been like that for years. I don't care. But now she's taking rocks from somebody. Somebody must have took the other rocks, or the goat herders are taking the rocks down the road to tie their goats up in the shade during the course of the day. So now all of a sudden my rocks have become a valuable commodity. And they can have all they want, but don't leave them in the damn grass. At the end of the day, when you're done tying up your goat, put them up against the telephone pole. Don't leave them in the grass where people can fall on them, or the chainsaw can hit them and get dull, or don't leave them in the tall grass. You got tall grass and you want to tie your goat up, tie it to the rock, and then at the end of the day, move the rock someplace where it's out of the way. They have no consideration for anybody else, not just me. Somebody's walking through that tall grass with a pair of flip-flops on, they're going to break their toes. So when I asked her, did she do that? She said, no. I said, but you tie your goats up to those rocks. Yes? No. You don't tie your goats up to those rocks. No. That must be a different girl that looks just like you. I didn't say that, but so she knows, I know she's lying. She knows that I know she's lying, and she's still lying to me. Man, that pisses me off. That pisses me off. If she wants rocks, she can take rocks. But put them at the end of the day where somebody's not going to bust their toes. They have no consideration for the next person. But that's not even the point. The point is that that woman, now, since I stopped giving candy to the children and the adults, their attitude is altogether different. They don't have a bad attitude, but how much candy have I given that woman? Oh, I don't know, 5 pieces a day for years. 5 pieces a day since I started giving candy out years ago. Well, whenever I saw her. And then when she wasn't around, when the children got candy, she would come by and ask me, Michael, candy, please? She said, please. She's the one that speaks English. So I would still give her candy, even though she wasn't there at 4 o'clock candy. And then she just sits there and lies to me, to my face, over nothing. Over nothing. So what I did is I took all the rocks and put them back where nobody can step on them. Now, they think they're cute. The grass gets tall, they'll take more rocks. And I'll take the rocks out of the tall grass next time, too. But because they lie, they have to lie about something as simple as it's her goats that get tied up to those rocks every day for 3 years. And I just asked her, you tie your goats up to those rocks every day, yeah? No. So what does no mean? No means that she ties the goats up to those rocks 330 days a year. So the answer could be no, because I said every day. She's not that smart to figure that out in her head. She's just lying. And that's what you got to deal with here. They say the first thing that's convenient in their favor. They don't give a flying crap about one of the children running through there barefoot and breaking their toe, or falling down and breaking their ankle. They don't care about that at all. They don't think that far ahead. They need rocks to tie the goats up to. They tie the goats up to the rocks, and at the end of the day, they leave the rocks right where they are. If I was my goats, if I was a fucking goat herder, I would put the rocks there in the morning, tie up the goats, and then in the afternoon, clear as day, in the afternoon, I'd move the rocks. I'd move the goat rock locks. God almighty, it's an amazing thing living here. Every damn day. I could go on, and I do. Every day I try to share a little bit of what the unbelievable stupidity, arrogance, non-thinking shit that goes on here in the Philippines is amazing. Why would you leave giant rocks in the tall grass where children run through and sometimes even play right in front of the house? Why would you leave them there? Because you don't understand. She's a goat herder. She doesn't have a job. She doesn't wake up in the morning and go to work. She doesn't punch a clock. She wakes up in the morning, grabs about 12 ropes, takes the goats down by my house and puts them in front of the house. Or She puts them on the other on my other property, or she puts them up the road a little bit, or she puts them on the beach. It depends on where she wants to be for the rest of the day. So she grabs these ropes. This is what a goat herder does. They grab the ropes. They bring the goats over here. She ties them up to the rocks, and then she goes and sits down in the pirogue from 7:30 in the morning till 12. 12 o'clock, she'll move the goats to another. She'll go home, but she'll move the goats to a closer location to her house. She doesn't work. All she has to do is move 6 big rocks once a day, twice a day. No, that's too much work. She had the damn goats tied up to the fence, and they kept bending the fence, and I'm going, don't tie the goats to the fence. Not me. Not me. They're your goats. I mean, I don't. They're goats. There's goats. Are those your goats? Yes. Did you tie them up to the fence? No. Okay, this is what you got to deal with. So, I'm trying to figure something out here. The live stream is 4 hours, and I started it at 10:32 in the morning. So that means it's 2:28 right now. It should be about 2:28, almost 2:30. No, 2:20. So it should be around 2:20 Eastern time. Hello, Sabien. Hello, good boy. Hello, good boy. Poor Sabien. They don't even take care of their own dogs. I had to go next door. I remember Sabien when he was a puppy. And about 4 years ago, he got really bad fleas. Oh, God, he never stopped scratching. And I said to the owner, why don't you buy him a flea collar? Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Well, somehow the dog got an infection from the scratching, and it started to get mange. And I mentioned that the dog has mange. You got to take care of that, or the dog, the dog goes in the house, sits on the couch. It's not good. So they took the dog to the vet. But they don't, all the dogs have mange. Yeah, okay, the dog. So now they take care of the dog a little bit. But the flea collar that they had on the dog was like, 2 years old. It wasn't working anymore. The dog did nothing but scratch all day. They don't notice that. They don't see it. It's just part of their culture to see dogs scratching. I said, your dog needs a new flea collar. I think they got one the very next day. Because they like that. It's a good dog. He's always been a good dog, but they don't notice shit like that. It's their dog, scratches all day, doesn't stop scratching. He'll sit down and scratch, walk 20 feet, sit down and scratch, walk 10 feet, scratch some more. Won't ever stop scratching. If he's awake, he's scratching. So I said, why don't you get the dog? Yeah, okay, that's a good idea, Mike. And they went right out and bought one the next day. That surprised me. But the dog was scratching like that for months. And I just never got around to talking to them about it. They don't see it. They don't notice it. They don't care. Who knows? They don't think like we do. The dog is scratching, he has mange, he comes in the house, he lays on the kitchen floor, he lays on the living room floor, he sits on the couch. Unless you pointed out that the dog has mange and sits on the couch, they don't notice. I swear to God. As soon as I talked to them about it, they brought the dog right to the vet. But they didn't bring the dog to the vet before I mentioned it. How could you not notice that your dog has mange on half its hind quarter and never stopped scratching. How could you not notice that? It's your dog. It's in your house. It scratches all night long. You hear thump, 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 thump. It's unbelievable. It's just so different living here. And that's one of the reasons I would never get a dog. When I build a hotel, I don't even want a dog then, because the dog is going to interact with all of these other dogs. And even if I decided to get a small dog and just keep it in the hotel on the 4th floor, then you have to clean up after it. That's too much work for me, I got to tell you. I'm done cleaning up after that dog. I had a dog that would wait 13, 14 hours. He wouldn't pee or poo in the house until he got really old. And then he had accidents, but only just once in a while. Like, I'd be gone 10 hours, and the dog would hold the pee in for 10 hours. As soon as he heard my truck pull up, he'd be barking. You'd open up the door, he'd be flying out, hit the telephone pole. Look, there's the goats now. There's the goats, baby goats. So, bah, bah. Oh, Scott Del Fuego was back, huh? What did I do with those glasses? There she is. There's the lady that doesn't put the goats there. Johnny Adriel. Hey, Johnny, how you doing? Good afternoon. Thanks for stopping by. Johnny feels like scratching. There's the baby. Ah, they got nice food, yeah? Baby goats. Bah, bah, bah. I don't know how to get this on. Can you see the goats? Yeah, there they are, right there. Guapo, hey, did you get the shield? You got it. Okay, good. I'll see you later. Yeah, if you want, you could take that with you or come back tomorrow. You can take that with you if you want. No, for the food, for caon. It's okay. Anyway, hey, Johnny, you feel like scratching after? Yeah, I'm telling you, man. It's a trippy place. The Philippines is a trippy place. It's not, I'm here now. I'm here 7 years and 6 months, 5 months. I'm still getting used to it. I'm just starting to hear the shit that people told me when I got here. People that were here for 30 years before I got here, they will tell you the same thing. They will tell you the exact same thing. They tell you, exactly the things I tell you now. But it took me years to believe it was true. How could you possibly believe that? How could you possibly believe that a person would have a dog in the house with mange from one end to the other, or in the hind quarter, but it would have spread, and scratching 24/7? How could you possibly believe that unless you mention it, they wouldn't notice it? I'm serious. How could you not notice it? It just doesn't make any sense. And then when you You meet somebody in the store that's I'm in what was I in? I was in Fix It, Fixit, Fix It Hardware in the ICM Mall, which is at the top of the escalator uh, where the prawn farm is. You go downstairs from that escalator. Right in front of the prawn farm, there's an escalator. And on the ground floor is a huge hardware store called Fix It, Fixit. So, I've been building little extension cords for around the property that, 20-foot cords, light duty cords. I have 1,000 feet of industrial grade 12 and 14 gauge extension cords, but I'm not going to start putting those outside now. Those are for when the building gets done. I'll leave them in as I can run 30 amps. 30 amps through the. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. They can go on there. It's not going to hurt anything. Um, I'm not going to run. I'm not going to leave. The extension cords I have are 100-foot, 10 gauge, fine braided wire extension cords. They probably cost $250 because it's high quality rubber too. $250. I'm not going to leave them out in the sun or where they could get run over with a wheelbarrow or the machine or something like that. Anyway, I'm in the hardware store getting some plugs, not cord, some plugs. And I'm in the back of the hardware store and there's a guy that's screaming. This guy is screaming. I could hear him from all the way where the plugs are to the cash register. Has to be 40 feet. And this guy is screaming. Why don't you have another cash register open? And when I got my plugs, I went up to the front and there were like 16 people online, which means it's a 45-minute wait, maybe 35, 40 minutes. But there's 2 cash registers. And then there's 4 or 5 people in the store that are just standing around the cash register area doing nothing. So this guy was from Poland. And I recognized the accent. He was furious. So I got to the front and I had a whole basket full of stuff, right? Not just plugs. I had other stuff. And the guy's going, open up another register now. Open one up. And the girl was saying, we can't. This is the way we do things here, blah, blah, blah. So I took the basket and I put it on where the cash register was. And I said, I don't want this stuff. I'll go someplace else. She said, okay. But I mean, now they have to go put that stuff back on the shelf. Gives them something to do, right? But with 4 or 5 people doing nothing, and plenty of people to help the people in the store. I had a girl with me. Everybody in the store had a helpful, an assistant that worked in the store. You don't just walk through that hardware store. Same thing, Build-A-Wear. There's always a large amount of people that are doing nothing, and they are to help you find what you want. Because the store makes a sale that way. But I put my stuff on the counter, and I think one other lady, Filipino lady, put her stuff on the counter. She walked out with me. So instead of putting another person on the cash, why don't they have the cash? So they don't have a cash box for that cash register? What? This goes on day after day after day after day after day after day after day. Every day, every day, every day, every day. In the food store, every other cash register is open, and it's a 35-minute wait online. When they could open up every cash register and there'd be a 12-minute or 14-minute wait online, but they don't. They don't do it. And you can't get them to. If I told you how many times I put 3, 4, 5,000 pesos worth of stuff in a cart, 7,000 pesos one time in the cart. I went shopping. I did my big shopping, like 2 gallons of vinegar, two 4 kilo bags of soap for the clothes soap, not bleach, shampoo and conditioner for my hair. This was a while back, but probably had 7 or 8,000 pesos in the cart. And there was every other register was open in the ICM mall, and I was so pissed off I couldn't even make a video. The line, was literally 40 feet back from the cash registers, 40 feet, all the lines. So there's 50 cash registers, 25 of them were open, and 25 of them had anywhere from 12 to 13 to 14 to 15 people online. So I walked over to the manager and I said to the manager, look, I'm in a hurry. Can you open up a cash register and take care of my stuff? No, sir. So I said, well, I'm going to have to leave it. I can't wait 40 minutes. The line was about 40 minutes long. I can't wait 40 minutes. I will not wait 40 minutes. I refuse to wait 40 minutes online when half the cash registers are closed. So I says, if you take care of me at the manager's area, she has a cash register where the managers sit, I'll take this stuff. Don't worry about bags or boxes. I'll take it out in the cart and put it right into the tricycle. No, sir. She let me leave 8,000 pesos, 7,000 pesos worth of stuff in the cart, which was probably 150 items, and they'll just put it back on the shelves. They'd rather, and so they lost the 7,000, 8,000 peso sale, and I wasn't the only person. There were lots of people just leaving their shopping carts right there in the line and just walking away. Who the hell wants to wait 40 minutes? If all the cash registers were open, then you could wait 40 minutes to say, well, this is the line. But when half of them are closed, there's no reason to wait 40 minutes. Look at those goats go, boy. I made dinner for them. Bah, bah, bah. They're eating everything I cut. They're eating everything I cut off the fence, the grass, because now it's all in a big pile. And a lot of that stuff was up high. There's a particular vine that grows on this fence, and they'll get as high up as they can reach, but they can't go any further. Yes, so that's the lady that you saw before. Those are her goats. These goats right here, those are her goats. And the rocks were where the goats are, all the way across the front of the property here. But those were not, she didn't, and she ties those goats up to those rocks, but she didn't put the rocks there. So here's what happened. Okay, this is a freaking, I don't know, Johnny, Adriel. I don't really know about that. I myself have had goat in every possible manner. For me, it's not something like, if I had to choose goat over chicken, well-cooked chicken or pork or meat, I would always choose, the goat would be the last thing. Goat is a tough meat. It's not, there's no special taste to it. It's hard. They usually put it in some sort of a sauce with salt and like a gravy they make. It's not an excellent meat. It's a different, it's different. And apparently the people make a living that have goats. Hey Johnny, what you should do is come to the Philippines and become a goat herder. There you go. Plenty of There's always room for another goat herder in the Philippines. There's three of them on my three. Yeah, one, two, three. Three goat herders on the block. I got a beautiful video in one of my GoPro cameras of some cows just they're tied up, but they're just on the side of the road. A baby calf and a big mother cow. I think it's a mother. I never looked. I think it was a mother. And I got to put that video up. I got to get it out of the GoPro. That's one of the things that are nice about living here. The vegetables, fresh vegetables, fresh food. And when you're walking down the road, there's a woman that walks a cow, like 1,000-pound cow. She just walks it down the road on a string, a little 1/4-inch cord. And then there's a guy with a 350-pound pig. Yeah, that's exactly what she did. She did exactly that. So there's the person's goats where the rocks were that didn't put the rocks there. So here's what happened. Here's what happened. Somebody was walking down the road and said, "Oh boy, if I go underneath Fazio's house, I can get some boulders. And then I can put those boulders out into the tall grass just in case, somebody else has goats. And then they will be able to tie their goats to the rocks I take out from underneath Fazio's house. Maybe they don't even know me. Maybe this is just something that they do in the Philippines. Maybe people see, boulders. Those boulders would be perfect if someone had a goat and they needed to tie the goat up to something. Who knows? Who knows? This is crazy. Ba ah ba ah ah ba ah. You want to see them close up? I'll show them to you close up. They're pretty animals. They're docile enough. The only thing you got to worry about goats is that when they have horns on their head, and if you're petting them from the top, like petting the top of their head and you're not paying attention, and they lift their head up, the horns could punch a hole in your chin or take your eyes out. Hello, baby goat. Hello, 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 baby goats. Hello, hello, Billy. Hello, Mama. Hello. There's a baby goat, not so old, and this is the mama, yeah. This is this two babies. Loha. So she has two babies. The black one, the Itom, and this one. No more? Okay. Hello, baby goat. Hello. Hello. So they're really docile, but if you notice the top of the head of this one, the horns are cut off, because what they'll do is you'll be petting them or putting your head over them and not paying attention, and they'll just pick their head up with those horns, and it'll take you, it'll rip your jawbone off. It'll rip your eyes out. Yeah, there. That's nice. Cajon, libre cajon, yeah? They're eating everything I cut. That's great. This way nobody has. Be careful over there. They got
What?
the over there. Yeah, be careful with that. It's got the points on there. Dangerous, yeah? Yeah, so. Okay, umping. How many goats do you have? How many? Napolo?
8.
Eight. 8 goats. 8 goats. Goat herder. Hey, Andrew. Andrew, I've been trying to get in touch with you. Um, oh, it's really not like the most important thing in the world. I, I do want to get that thing. I got locked out of Facebook for 9 days. No matter what I would do, it wouldn't let me back in. Um, it kept asking me. It kept asking me for my password, and I would put the password in, and it would say that the password is incorrect. And the same thing was happening with Skype. And the same thing was happening with my Yahoo Mail. And I'm going to myself, well, I just made a new document. You know, I made a chart that I had in my. Okay, all right, after the live stream works for me. I just made a piece of paper with all the passwords on it. Everything was just written down. And it was in a document. So I checked my document to my paper, and they were correct. Well, they're doing something new now, where it'll take your email address if you copy and paste in Facebook, in Patreon, and in Skype. It'll take the email address to copy and paste. But if you copy and paste the password, it won't work. So I'm going, now all of these passwords can't be wrong. So what I had to do was type in the password. That's nonsense. That's what the old computer used to copy and paste the passwords. Now I don't know if they changed the way that works, but that was crazy that I have to type in the password. Then I got to go back, and I can't remember all that crap. I have enough stuff to do with just feeding the goats. Bah, bah. Yeah, so I was telling you about goats. Yes, type in manually. It is nonsense. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe what I'll do is I need to take a bath. I am that grass has 7 or 8 different types of pollen and weeds and dust and stuff in it, and now my body is starting to get itchy. So what I could do is just let you guys watch the goats. I'm going to go around the other side of the house and take a bath. The shame of this all is, well, I'm tired anyway. Okay, yeah, I think I'll just end the live stream. So thank you. Thank everybody for watching. And baby goats, smile. Baby goats. Bah, 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 bah. Baby goats, smile. Say hello. Say hello. She's going to take the goats home now. There's no rocks. Oh, no, see. And they're pretty docile. I mean, you could tie a goat up to a rock right there, or that tree there. You could tie that goat up there today. It'll stay there forever. It'll just keep eating the grass every day. It'll eat the same crap, leaves, grass. I never seen a goat eat paper. I see it on TV, but I never seen it in real life. But they'll eat dried leaves. Anyway, that's nice about living here to see the wild animals. But I don't know about that. And on those goats, that's another thing about goat meat. I don't know how they make a living. There's not a lot of meat on those goats. But they do make the food out of the intestines and stuff like that. I forgot the name of it. It's like a Klingon dish. As soon as I taste it, I have to walk outside and puke. When they take the blood from the goat and the pig, and then they take the heart and the intestines. Something. There's like 5 or 6 things they take, but with the blood, it's a blood dish. They take the blood when when they slaughter the animal. They take the blood, and then they boil the innards in the blood, and I guess they add water. I don't know how they cook it. I've seen them cooking it, but I don't know what they put in there. And it has to be one of the most noxious things that I've ever eaten. I mean, whether it's pork, whether it's a hog or a goat, when you see that kind of stuff, when I taste it, I get sick right away, immediately. Somebody goes, "Oh, taste this," and I'll take, "Oh, shit, I'll be right back." And I go out and puke a little bit. Nasty stuff. Okay, so this is Michael Fazio in the Philippines saying umping permi, which means, of course, take care always. And that's it. Thanks for watching my live stream, and thank you for not commenting. That's the way I like. I danced with Donna Summers. I danced with her. I actually was on stage with her dancing. I can't dance. I don't have pictures of that, but I have pictures of my buddy. I'm on stage with Donna Summers and my buddy Ernie. That's the way I like it. No comments. Umping permi. Again, which means take care always from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby.